Hello everyone. Welcome to the channel, where crime meets comfort and mysteries unfold while you go for the sleep. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where are you from and what time is it right now? Let me know in the comments. I'm always curious to see who's joining me on these late night adventures. Now let's begin the story. If you ever find yourself driving down Highway 87 past Oak Haven, Montana, you might miss Blackwood Creek Trailer Park entirely. A few rusting mobile homes stand in crooked rows, their metal siding peeling in the summer heat. The place smells like damp earth, cigarette smoke, and regret. It isn't much of a home, but it's where I've been living for the past 6 months. I don't know if you'd call what I do living exactly. Existing, maybe. Drifting, definitely. I'm 23 years old, but my body feels twice that. My bones ache. My skin is dull and my mind never rests. When I was a little girl, I thought I'd have a house with a white picket fence and a family that stayed together. Instead, I lost my kids to the state. My mother barely remembers I exist, and I'm stuck here, trying to scrape together enough cash to keep my lights on and my belly full. The only thing I own outright is my past, and even that feels like it belongs to someone else. August 14th, 1995. The heat is unbearable today, the kind that settles into your skin, makes your clothes stick, and turns your brain into soup. The trailer smells like stale beer and burnt coffee, the result of Darla Jenkins leaving a pot on the stove too long this morning. Darla is my roommate. Well, was. She moved out 2 weeks ago after one of our many fights, taking most of her things, but leaving behind an old mattress and a pile of clothes she swore she'd come back for. I don't miss her much. We were never really friends, just two people trying to survive in the same cramped space. She's the kind of woman who'll smile in your face while she steals the last cigarette from your pack. I wasn't surprised when she left. I was surprised she didn't take more with her. The trailer is quieter without her, but I know better than to think she's done with me. Darla never lets anything go, especially grudges. Lately, she's been running her mouth all over town, telling people I stole from her. I swear on my life I didn't, but in a place like this, truth doesn't matter. Perception does. And Darla's got the ear of the right people. People like Shane Kovich. Shane is the kind of trouble you feel before. You see? The kind of man you don't make eye contact with unless you want to end up with a bruised rib or worse. I always thought Darla was a fool for messing with him, but she was hooked from the start. Maybe it was the thrill of danger, or maybe it was because he made her feel powerful. Either way, she loved him enough to turn meaner than she already was, and that's saying something. It's no secret that Darla hates me now. And when Darla hates someone, she doesn't just talk about it. She does something about it. August 17th, 1995. I wake up to the sound of gravel crunching outside my trailer. I sit up fast, my pulse spiking. I listen, but the night is quiet except for the occasional chirp of crickets. I tell myself it's nothing, just some raccoon rummaging through the garbage again. But I know better. Lately, I've felt like I'm being watched. I'll be walking home from the bar, and I swear I see shadows moving where they shouldn't be. When I turn, there's nothing. Just the wind, just my paranoia, just my past creeping up on me. I need to get out of here. I've been saying that for weeks, but where would I go? I've got nothing. No money, no real friends, no one waiting, for me anywhere. The only thing I have is a gut feeling that something bad is coming. I should have left anyway. August 18th, 1995. It's a Friday night, and the Rusty Mug is packed. The air is thick with cigarette smoke and the sound of Hank Williams Jr. playing on the jukebox. I sit at the end of the bar nursing a watered-down whiskey, trying to ignore the side glances from a couple of regulars. That's when Darla walks in. She looks different, cleaner, sharper. Her blonde hair is curled, her lipstick perfect. She's always had a way of dressing up just enough to make men forget what kind of woman she really is. She sees me right away and smiles, but there's no warmth in it. Lila, she purrs, sliding onto the stool beside me. I should leave. I should get up and walk out of this bar and never look back. But I don't. Because I'm stupid. Because I still believe that some things aren't as bad as they seem. Darla orders a drink and leans in close. "Let's forget all that nonsense, huh?" she says, tapping her nails against her glass. "I was mad, but I don't think you took my stuff. Hell, I probably lost it myself." I know she's lying, but I nod anyway. She tilts her head, watching me like a cat watching a mouse. "Shane and I are having a little get-together out by Sparrow Creek. You should come, let bygones be bygones." I laugh, shaking my head. "No thanks." She pouts. "Come on, Lila. It's just a few of us." "You need to have some fun for once. She's up to something, I can feel it." Then she says, "Misty'll be there too." Misty Waters. The only person in this town who might still give a damn about me. If she's going, maybe it really is just a party. Maybe I'm just paranoid. Maybe I'm just tired of being alone. Darla smiles wider, sensing my hesitation. "Come on. One night. What's the worst that could happen?" The worst. August 18th, 1995, 11:45 p.m. The drive to Sparrow Creek is longer than I remember. Shane's behind the wheel, quiet, his knuckles white against the steering wheel. Darla's humming to herself in the passenger seat. Misty is in the back with me, but she won't look me in the eye. Something is wrong. We pull off onto a dirt road, the headlights bouncing over uneven ground. The trees loom taller here, thick and suffocating. A cold sweat breaks out on the back of my neck. "Where is everyone?" I ask. Shane cuts the engine. The only sound is the ticking of the cooling car. Darla turns in her seat, her smile wide and empty. "It's just us." I don't have time to react before Misty grabs my arm, her nails digging into my skin. She doesn't say anything, just looks at me with wide, desperate eyes. "Run." That's what she's telling me. I try to jerk free, but Shane is already out of the car, yanking the door open. His hand clamps around my wrist. Too tight, too strong. I finally understand. This isn't a party. I'm not going home. August 18th, 1995, 11:50 p.m. Panic hits me like a punch to the gut. My breath comes fast, too fast. My pulse hammers in my ears. Shane's grip tightens around my wrist and I yank back hard, but it's like trying to pull free from a vice. "Let go," I snap, twisting my arm. But he just chuckles, low and mean. Darla sighs from the front seat like she's bored already. "Don't make this difficult, Lila. Just get out of the car." Misty still hasn't let go of my other arm, but she's not trying to stop me from running. It's something else. She's trembling. I look at her, really look at her, and the fear in her eyes tells me everything I need to know. She knew this was coming. The reality of it sinks in fast. This isn't just some scare tactic. This isn't Darla roughing me up a little to prove a point. This is something else. Something worse. My stomach flips. I have to get out of this car. I drive my heel down hard into Shane's foot, catching him off guard. He curses, loosening his grip just enough for me to wrench free. My heart is pounding, my whole body screaming at me to run, but before I can even swing the door open, Darla moves. She's faster than I expect. A fist tangles in my hair, yanking me back so hard my scalp burns. I yelp, hands flying up to claw at her, but she's already dragging me toward the open door. "Stop fighting, Lila." Her voice is sugar sweet, but there's venom underneath. I twist, shove at her, but she shoves back harder. My shoulder slams into the door frame, rattling my teeth. Shane's on me before I can get my footing, grabbing both of my arms and wrenching them behind my back so fast I swear something in my shoulder pops. "You think you're tough, huh?" he mutters, his breath hot against my ear. "You're not out here." Darla smooths her hair, straightens her shirt. She looks at me like she's disappointed. "Now look what you made us do." Misty hasn't moved. She's still sitting in the back seat, hands clamped between her knees, her face pale as a ghost. "Misty," I choke out, struggling, but Shane jerks my arms harder, and my knees buckle. From the pain, Darla crouches down so we're eye level. "Misty ain't gonna help you," she whispers. She knows better. I shake my head. "Please." Darla clicks her tongue. "You should have just come out here with us and had a drink. Could have been easy." Shane shoves me forward and I stumble, hitting the dirt hard. My knees scrape against the gravel, but I barely feel it over the surge of adrenaline slamming through me. I try to scramble to my feet, but then I hear it. The distinct rip of duct tape. I don't even have time to scream before Shane's got an arm wrapped around my throat, the other hand clamping the tape over my mouth. The taste of glue and plastic fills my senses and I thrash, but it's useless. They planned this. They knew I'd fight. I kick out wildly, catching Shane in the shin, and he grunts, but it barely slows him down. Misty finally speaks, her voice thin, shaking. Darla. Darla shoots her a look, just a look, but it's enough to shut Misty up. You want to end up just like her? Darla asks, voice deadly soft. Misty shrinks back. She doesn't answer. I buck and twist anything to get out of Shane's hold, but he's strong. Too strong. He hauls me up like I weigh nothing, and suddenly, the world is spinning. I realize, too late, he's throwing me over his shoulder, like a goddamn sack of potatoes. My vision tilts. Stars overhead, the trees swaying in the wind, the dark stretch of the forest swallowing the horizon. They're taking me into the woods. My stomach drops. August 18th, 1995, 12:15 a.m. They've been walking for what feels like forever. The only sounds are their footsteps crunching over dry leaves and the occasional grunt from Shane as he shifts my weight on his shoulder. I stopped struggling a while ago. Not because I've given up, but because I'm saving my strength. Waiting for a chance. A moment where his grip slips. A second where he's off balance. I don't know where we are. The trees all look the same. Tall and gnarled. Their branches weaving into an endless canopy overhead. I can't see the car anymore. Can't see the road. Just darkness, thick and absolute. Darla hums as she walks. A lazy little tune. Like this. Is just another night. Like they haven't just kidnapped me. Then I hear something new. Water. A river, maybe. The sound is faint, but it's there, weaving through the night air. Sparrow Creek. Oh God, I know the stories about this place. Everyone does. This deep in the woods, nobody comes looking. I start struggling again. Shane curses. Jesus, Lila, you never quit, do you? I thrash harder. I don't care anymore. I twist, buck, kick, anything to throw him off. He stumbles, nearly losing his grip, and for a second I think I've got a shot. But then his arm tightens like a noose around my waist and he throws me down. Hard. The impact knocks the wind out of me. The dirt is cold against my back, little rocks digging into my skin. I gasp for air, vision swimming. Then I see Darla. She's standing over me, arms crossed, eyes shining with something almost like amusement. Didn't I tell you? She says, shaking her head. You always gotta make things harder than they need to be. Shane kneels beside me, his hand pressing down hard against my chest, keeping me pinned. Darla crouches, running a hand through my hair. It's almost affectionate. Almost. She leans in close, her lips brushing my ear. You took from me, she whispers. I shake my head wildly, tears burning my eyes. I didn't steal anything, but she doesn't care. She never did. Her fingers trail down my face, then she grips my chin tight, forcing me to look at her. This is what happens to thieves. Something cold presses against my throat. A blade. I freeze, my whole body locking. Shane chuckles. Look at that. She finally shut up. Darla tilts her head, considering me. Then slowly, she pulls the knife away. Not yet. She wants to drag this out. The terror. The waiting. I squeeze my eyes shut, a sob caught in my chest, and then a sound, a branch snapping. Darla and Shane both go rigid. Misty gasps. Someone is out there, watching. The air shifts, and then, from the darkness, a voice. Low, gravelly. You weren't supposed to bring her here. I don't recognize the voice, but the look on Darla's face tells me exactly who it belongs to. Silas, August 18th, 1995, 12:20 a.m. The voice comes from the trees, low, gravelly, a warning. You weren't supposed to bring her here. The air shifts, thick with something I can't name. Darla freezes, the knife still clutched in her hand. Shane stiffens beside her, his grip tightening on my shoulder. Even Misty, who's barely said a word, flinches like she's just been slapped. None of them expected this. None of them expected him. Silas. I've never met him, never seen him. But I've heard his name whispered around town like a bad omen. A drifter, a ghost, a man who moves in the spaces between things. No one knows where he sleeps, where he eats, where he goes when the sun rises, but when he shows up, trouble follows. And now he's here, watching us. Darla recovers first, straightening her shoulders like she's not afraid, but I can see the way her fingers tremble against the handle of the knife. This ain't your business, Silas. A chuckle from the darkness, low and humorless. That's so. Shane shifts, adjusting his weight. I feel it in the dirt beside me, the tension in his body. He's not scared. Not exactly, but he's wary, because Silas is unpredictable, and unpredictable is dangerous. I stay completely still, barely breathing, my heart hammering in my throat. For a moment, nothing happens. Then, footsteps, slow, measured, coming closer. The shadows shift, and he steps into the moonlight. He's tall, lean, his clothes worn and dirty. His boots are caked in mud, his dark hair tangled. He looks like he's been out here forever, like the forest itself spat him out. But it's his eyes that catch me, the way they flick to me just for a second before locking onto Shane. Let her go. The words are calm, quiet. Shane snorts. Why the hell would I do that? Silas doesn't answer right away. He just tilts his head slightly, studying him, studying all of them. She's not yours to take. Darla laughs, but there's an edge to it. You don't even know what she did. Silas doesn't blink. Don't matter. Shane shifts again, rolling his shoulders. You really want to do this? A long pause. Silas doesn't move, doesn't flinch. Then he says, I ain't the one making bad decisions tonight. His voice is steady. Too steady. And suddenly, I realize something. Shane might be stronger. He might have a knife and he might think he's in control. But Silas isn't afraid of him. Not even a little. The air is so thick I can taste it. I try to breathe through my nose to slow my heartbeat, but my body isn't listening. I need to get out of here. Now. Darla glances at Shane, waiting for him to make a move, waiting to see if he's willing to call Silas's bluff. Shane exhales sharply through his nose. You need to mind your own damn business. Silas doesn't react. Just stands there, loose and relaxed, like he has all the time in the world. Shane doesn't like it. I can see the frustration tightening his jaw, the way his fingers twitch like he wants to do something, hurt someone, just to prove a point. Then, just when I think he's gonna lunge, he lets out a sharp breath and shoves away from me. I barely catch myself, my hands scraping against the dirt as I gasp through my nose, my whole body shaking. Shane turns to Darla. This is bullshit. Darla looks at Silas again, calculating. Then she sighs and flicks the knife closed, tucking it into her pocket. Fine, she mutters, like this is all just a minor inconvenience. Like she wasn't about to slit my throat 5 minutes ago. She kicks dirt toward me as she walks past. Count yourself lucky, Lila. Lucky. I nearly laugh. They start back toward the car, Misty trailing behind like a lost dog, her eyes flicking to mine for half a second before she looks away. Then they're gone. I don't move. I can't. The trees creak. The wind shifts. Silas is still there, watching me. I lift my head, swallowing against the tape over my mouth. For a long moment, neither of us says anything. Then, slowly, he crouches down in front of me. Up close, I see the lines around his mouth, the tired set of his shoulders. He looks older than I expected. Not old, just worn, like he's been carrying something heavy for a long time. He reaches for me. I flinch. He stops, his hand hovering in the space between us. Then, gently, he presses his fingers to the tape, peeling it away in one slow motion. It stings. I suck in, a breath, my lips raw. Silas watches me. You hurt? I shake my head automatically, even though my body aches, even though my wrists throb from where Shane grabbed me. I should be running. I should be getting as far away from here as possible. But I don't move, because something doesn't make sense. Why'd you stop them? My voice is hoarse, barely a whisper. Silas tilts his head slightly, considering me. Then he says, because they weren't supposed to kill you. A chill runs through me. Not weren't going to. Weren't supposed to. Like this was planned. Like there was a different ending waiting. For me. One I haven't figured out yet. I stare at him, my pulse thudding painfully. Silas stands, nodding toward the trees. Get moving. I hesitate. Where? Anywhere but here. The way he says it makes my stomach turn. I don't ask why. I don't want to know. I push myself up on shaking legs, glancing once more toward the path where Darla and Shane disappeared. Then I run, and Silas disappears back into the dark. August 18th, 1995, 1:05 a.m. The forest swallows me whole. My legs are numb, my breath ragged. Every muscle in my body is screaming, but I don't stop. I can't stop. Not when I don't know if they'll come back. Not when I don't know what. Silas meant. They weren't supposed to kill you, that's what he said. Which means, what? That killing me was part of some plan that changed? That Darla and Shane were just following orders? I don't know. I don't want to know. I just want to get out of these goddamn woods. I keep moving, pushing through brambles, stumbling over roots, dirt and dead leaves crunching under my bare feet. The duct tape Shane wrapped around my wrists dangles in loose, ribbons now torn apart in my struggle. I don't know how long I run. Could be minutes, could be hours, but then, a voice not behind me. Ahead. I skid to a stop, pressing myself against the rough bark of a tree, sucking in sharp, shallow breaths. I listen. A woman's voice. Low. Shaking. I swear to God, I didn't say nothing, Misty. I swallow hard, forcing myself to move forward, slow and careful, slipping through the trees like a ghost. The creek is just ahead. I can hear it now, water rushing over rocks, cold and steady. And then I see them. Darla, Shane, and Misty. They're standing at the edge of the creek, the moonlight catching the ripples of the water. Misty is on her knees. Her hands are shaking, so bad they're practically vibrating against the damp earth. Darla stands over her, one hand on her hip, the other holding something small and dark. A gun. My heart stutters. Shane leans against a tree, arms crossed over his chest, eyes cold. She's lying, he mutters. I swear. Misty chokes on her own breath. I didn't. Darla exhales sharply, shaking her head. I don't know, Misty. She sounds almost disappointed. You're the one who wanted to keep her alive. Darla continues, tapping the gun against her thigh. And then Silas shows up. Real funny timing, don't you think? Misty shakes her head so hard her hair whips across her face. I didn't tell him. I swear. Darla sighs. See, I want to believe you. Misty flinches. But I don't. The gunshot shatters the night. I flinch so hard I nearly lose my footing, biting down on my own fist to keep from making a sound. Misty slumps forward, a thin stream of blood trailing from her forehead mixing with the damp mud. Darla steps back, wrinkling her nose. Well, that's done. Shane exhales, rubbing his face. Jesus Christ. Darla shrugs. Had to be done. Did it have to be done? Shane's jaw tenses, his fingers twitching like he wants to light a cigarette but doesn't. You really think she ratted us out? Darla tilts her head. Does it matter? They stare at each other for a long moment. Then Shane sighs, shaking, his head. You're fucking crazy. Darla grins. And you love it. She steps over Misty's body, crouching down to grab her wrists. Help me get rid of her. Shane doesn't move at first. Then finally he crouches down beside her. Rolling his shoulders like this is just another chore to get through. I press myself harder against the tree, my hands trembling. I need to run. Now. But if they hear me, if they see me. Darla hums as she works, looping a rope around Misty's ankles. Tide's high tonight, she murmurs. Current'll take her right out of here. Shane grunts in response, grabbing her by the shoulders, and then, snap, a branch breaks under my foot. I go still. Darla freezes. Slowly she turns. Shane follows. They don't see me. Not yet, but they know someone's here. My breath locks in my throat. Then Darla smiles. Not surprised, not afraid, amused. Guess we got unfinished business after all. My stomach drops. Then she starts walking toward me, and I run. August 18th, 1995, 1:30. I don't think. I just run. The forest is a blur. Twisting branches, gnarled roots reaching up to trip me, the distant rush of the creek behind me. My body is screaming, my lungs burning, but I don't stop. I can't stop. Not when Darla is coming. Not when I just saw Misty take a bullet to the head. Darla knows I'm here. She wants me to run. I can hear her behind me, her boots crunching through the undergrowth. Not rushing, not panicking, just moving steady like she has all the time in the world. Shane is somewhere too, but I don't dare look back. I just need to get out. The trees are too thick, the night too black. I can't see the road. I don't even know which direction I'm running anymore. I only know that if I stop, I'm dead. Then I hear her laugh, a low, throaty chuckle, closer than I thought. You really thought you'd just walk away from this, Lila? My heart slams against my ribs. I push harder, pumping my arms, willing my legs to keep going, even though every step sends a fresh bolt of pain through my scraped-up feet. Then suddenly, the ground is gone. My foot hits air, and for a split second I realize, cliff. Then I'm falling. I hit the slope hard, dirt and rocks tearing at my skin as I tumble, flipping end over end. The world spins, the sky and the trees and the ground blurring into one. Then, water. Cold, shocking, stealing the breath right from my lungs. The creek. It pulls me under instantly, the current stronger than I expected. I claw at the surface, gasping, my arms flailing against the pull of the water. For a moment, I think, this is it. This is how I go. Not by Darla's hands, not by Shane's. Just swallowed whole by Sparrow Creek. Then my fingers catch something, a rock, slick with moss, but solid. I grab on with everything I have, dragging myself up, choking on water, coughing so hard my ribs ache. I haul myself onto the muddy bank, my body trembling. I'm alive. Barely. I push up on shaky legs, but before I can move, click. A gun, pointed right at me. Darla. She's standing at the top of the slope, looking down at me, her blonde hair a mess, her shirt streaked with dirt. But her grip on the pistol is steady. She tilts her head, smiling. Well, shit, Lila. You're harder to kill than I thought. Shane is a few feet behind her, his arms crossed, looking bored. Like this is a conversation, not an execution. I glance at the water. Maybe I can dive. Maybe I can... Don't even think about it, Darla warns. I freeze. Darla sighs, shaking her head. You had to make this difficult, huh? I swallow hard, my throat raw. Misty didn't talk. She raises a brow. I don't know why I say, it may be because I need to know if she regrets it. If killing Misty was necessary or if it was just something to do. But Darla only shrugs. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. She gestures with the gun. Doesn't really matter now, does it? The weight of it hits me all at once. I am not getting out of this. Not unless I do something now. My eyes flick to Shane. He isn't holding a weapon. He's standing like he's already over this, like he just wants to clean up the mess and go home. Darla, though, she's enjoying this. She likes that, I'm afraid, and that's the only thing I have left. I let my shoulders drop, let my legs shake, let her see the defeat settle in my bones. Then I look up at her, eyes wide, lips trembling. Darla, please. She grins. She loves this. I take a step forward, keeping my hands up, making myself smaller. I swear I won't say anything, I whisper, voice shaking. I swear, she rolls her eyes. Jesus, Lila, you really think... I lunge, not at her, at Shane. I grab him by the wrist, yanking him forward. It's just enough to throw Darla off for half a second, but half a second is all I need. Shane stumbles, his shoulder knocking into hers. She shouts, stumbling backward, and then she's gone. The ledge crumbles beneath her feet, dirt and rocks giving way, and she drops. Her scream is brief. Then a crack, then silence. I don't move. Shane doesn't either. We both stare down at the broken body sprawled in the creek, her limbs twisted wrong, her blonde hair floating in the water like weeds. She's dead. I did that, I killed her. Shane exhales sharply, running a hand through his hair. Well, fuck. I stagger back, barely able to breathe. Shane looks down at Darla again, then back at me. Then he just laughs. Not loud. Not crazy. Just a low, tired chuckle. Well, he mutters, guess that solves that. I expect him to grab me, to shove. You need to finish what Darla started. But he doesn't. He just stands there, staring down at her like he's thinking. Then he exhales, rolling his shoulders. You tell anyone, you're next. And then he turns. Just leaves. Like this is over. Like none of it happened. Like Darla isn't lying dead in the creek. I stand there, shaking, watching as he disappears into the trees. And I know right then, I'll never see him again. August 19th, 1995, 4:45 a.m. By the time I get back to town, the sun is rising, the rusty mug is still open, the last few drunks spilling out into the street. I pass them without a word. I don't go home. I don't go to the cops. Just keep walking. I don't know where I'm going, but I know I'm leaving Oak Haven because this town is a graveyard, and I'm supposed to be in it. But I'm not. Not yet, and I'm not waiting around to see what happens next. August 20th, 1995, 9:30 a.m. They find Darla's body 2 days later. The cops don't ask questions. They just assume it was an accident. Maybe she was drunk. Maybe she slipped. Maybe she tripped into the creek and broke her neck. No one cares enough to dig deeper. Misty is listed as missing. No one's looking for her either. And Shane? Gone. Like he never existed. And Silas? I never see him again. But sometimes, late at night when I close my eyes, I swear I hear his voice. Low, gravelly. You weren't supposed to die. And maybe that's true. But I did. At least the girl I used to be did. And the ghost of her still lingers. Somewhere out there in the woods, in the cold, dark water of Sparrow Creek. Waiting, watching, remembering. I never thought my career as an investigative journalist would bring me to the heart of one of the biggest financial leaks in history. But when I woke up that Monday morning in Geneva, I had no idea my life was about to be turned upside down. 3. Email came through at exactly 10:15 a.m. It was a simple message. No subject line, no sender details, just a single link. That alone was enough to make me cautious. My job had taught me that the most dangerous secrets don't come wrapped in warnings. They slip into your inbox like a whisper in the dark. I hesitated, my fingers hovering over the trackpad. Then, against my better judgment, I clicked. What I saw next made my blood run cold. The first file I opened was marked Confidential Internal Transfer Records. Scrolling through it, I saw a name that sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Baron Klaus von Richter. Just 2 days earlier, his body had been discovered in his Lake Geneva villa. Officially, the Swiss authorities were calling it a robbery gone wrong, but there were whispers that something much darker was at play. And now, staring at the leaked records, I was certain of it. Dubois and Fils wasn't just a prestigious private bank. It was a fortress of secrecy, an institution that had thrived in the shadows of European wealth for over a century. They prided themselves on discretion, catering to an elite clientele who valued one thing above all else: invisibility. But the 10.1 million leaked documents told a different story. Offshore accounts, coded transactions, hidden ownership structures in tax havens I had never even heard of. The bank's clientele wasn't just stashing wealth, they were hiding something. And at the center of it all was Baron von Richter. The deeper I dug, the more disturbing the revelations became. A string of transactions traced back to a series of shell companies in Eldoria and the British Virgin Islands. On the surface, they appeared to be routine investments: real estate holdings, venture capital stakes, artwork acquisitions. But the timing of some of these movements was suspicious. Less than 48 hours before von Richter's murder, nearly 150 million had been transferred from one of his offshore entities. The recipient, a firm connected to Jean-Luc Moreau, his biggest business rival. Coincidence? I didn't think so. Then there was Countess Anya Petrova, a name that raised even more questions. The Russian art collector had long been rumored to have ties to the oligarch elite, and the documents confirmed that she had financial dealings with von Richter dating back over a decade. One particular transfer stood out: $3.5 million moved into a private escrow account just weeks before the Baron's death. And finally, Dr. Stefan Weber, the Baron's personal legal counsel and a senior figure at Dubois and Fils. The documents contained encrypted emails between Weber and an unknown recipient, discussing urgent asset restructuring just days before von Richter was found dead. It wasn't just about tax evasion anymore. This was a financial crime scene. By the time I looked up from my screen, the sun had started to set over Geneva. My office, a small but functional space near Rue de la Confédération, was eerily quiet. The weight of the discovery pressed down on me. I wasn't just looking at the financial dealings of the ultra-rich. I was staring at the possible motive for murder. I saved the files onto an encrypted drive, shut down my laptop, and rubbed my eyes. I needed to think. I needed more information. I grabbed my coat and stepped outside. The crisp March air hit me like a slap, clearing my head. I had planned to head straight home, but a gut feeling told me to take a detour. I wanted to see Dubois and Fils for myself. It was a 20-minute walk to their headquarters on Rue du Rhône. From the outside, the building was unremarkable, elegant but subdued, the kind of place you could walk past 1,000 times without a second glance. But as I approached, I noticed something strange. A black Mercedes was parked across the street, its engine idling. At first, I didn't think much of it, until I saw the driver. A man in a dark suit wearing sunglasses despite the fading light. He wasn't looking at his phone. He wasn't checking his watch. He was watching me. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. I turned sharply down a side street, my heart pounding. A few seconds later, I heard the car's engine rev down. It was following me. I ducked into a crowded cafe, my mind racing. Had I already drawn attention? I had barely scratched the surface of the Geneva dossier, but if someone knew I had seen it, that meant one thing. I was getting too close. I pulled out my phone and sent a message to my editor. We need to meet. Now. Whatever I had stumbled into, it was bigger than I had imagined. The Geneva dossier wasn't just a financial leak. It was a death sentence for anyone who got too close. And I had just made myself target number one. I stayed in that cafe for nearly an hour, sipping an espresso I didn't taste, my mind replaying every second of what had just happened. The black Mercedes, the driver's blank stare, the moment the engine roared to life when I changed direction. Someone, knew I had accessed the Geneva dossier. The city outside was moving like normal. Tourists snapping pictures, businessmen walking briskly, waiters setting up tables for the evening crowd. But I knew better. Geneva wasn't just a city of watches, chocolate, and diplomacy. It was a fortress of secrecy, a place where the world's richest could hide their money and their sins. And I had just kicked open the door to one of its darkest secrets. My phone buzzed. It was Daniel Pierce, my editor. "You better have a good reason for dragging me out of bed early on a Monday," he said. His voice was laced with exhaustion, but I could hear the underlying curiosity. "I just got a leak," I said. "Bigger than Panama, bigger than Pandora. This is a Swiss private bank with ties to half of Europe's elite." There was a pause. When he spoke again, his tone had changed. "Where are you?" I gave him the cafe's name and told him to meet me in 30 minutes. Then, against my better judgment, I checked my emails again. The anonymous sender had vanished. The email was gone. Not in my inbox, not in my trash. Completely wiped. I wasn't an idiot. Whoever sent me the Geneva dossier had access to serious technology, enough to erase a digital footprint without a trace, and that meant they had access to me. Daniel showed up just as I was finishing my third espresso. He looked at me with that sharp, calculating stare that had made him one of the best investigative editors in the business. "All right," he said, sliding into the seat across from me. "Talk." I didn't waste time. I pulled out my laptop, accessed the encrypted drive, and opened the files. I showed him the offshore accounts, the Baron's hidden transactions, the last-minute money movements to Jean-Luc Moreau. "This was uploaded this morning," I said. "And 2 days ago, Baron Klaus von Richter was murdered." Daniel leaned forward, staring at the screen. The hum of the cafe faded as we both absorbed what this meant. "Jesus," he muttered. "This isn't just some rich guy hiding his money. This is organized. This is—" He trailed off. "A financial crime scene." I finished for him. He exhaled sharply. "Do we have any idea who sent this to you?" "No." "And do you have any idea how many governments, corporations, and very powerful people are going to want you dead for having this?" I smirked, though there was no humor in it. "Oh, I got a pretty good idea." Daniel ran a hand through his graying hair. "All right. We do this the right way. Slow, careful, methodical. We're not running anything until we verify every single piece of this." He tapped the screen. "We start with this. Von Richter's transactions. Someone wanted him dead. This dossier might tell us who." I nodded. I had already made that decision the moment I saw the black Mercedes. We weren't backing down. We left the cafe separately. It was a rule we had whenever working on something dangerous. No obvious meetings, no traceable movements. I took a long, winding route back to my apartment, doubling back twice to make sure I wasn't being followed. When I finally stepped inside, I locked the door and exhaled. Then I froze. The lamp on my desk was on. I hadn't left it on. A cold wave of fear crept up my spine. My apartment was exactly as I had left it, except for one thing. A manila envelope sat neatly on my kitchen table. I approached it slowly, my pulse hammering. No return address. No markings, just a single note inside, written in French. Some things should stay buried. That's when I heard the sound. A car engine, right outside my window. I moved quickly to the blinds, pulling them apart just enough to see the street below. Another black Mercedes. Different plates, but same dark-tinted windows. It was parked directly across from my apartment. The message was clear. They knew where I lived. I didn't sleep that night. I spent the next few hours backing up my files, securing everything I had onto multiple encrypted devices. By morning, I had already made a decision. I needed to go to the one person who could tell me if I was in real danger. Inspector Isabelle Dubois. I had met Dubois years ago while covering financial fraud cases in Switzerland. She was sharp, relentless, and one of the few people in Geneva who actually gave a damn about exposing corruption. And now she was leading the von Richter murder case. I reached the Geneva Cantonal Police Headquarters just after 8 a.m. The receptionist barely looked. Up when I said Dubois' name, just muttered, "Third floor, room 312. When I knocked, a voice called from inside, "Enter." I stepped in and found Inspector Dubois behind her desk, flipping through case files. She was in her early 40s, with sharp cheekbones and piercing green eyes that missed nothing. When she saw me, she frowned. "I was wondering when you'd show up," she said. I blinked. "You knew I was coming?" Dubois nodded and gestured to a stack of files on her desk. "We received an anonymous tip this morning. A USB drive was left at our front desk. It contained a selection of financial records from Dubois and Fils." She looked at me. "Sound familiar?" My stomach dropped. Whoever had leaked the Geneva dossier to me had also sent pieces of it to the police. I pulled out my own drive and slid it across her desk. "I have the rest." Dubois didn't hesitate. She plugged it into her laptop and started scrolling. Her expression darkened as she recognized the transactions, the offshore networks, the ties to Baron von Richter. "This explains a lot," she muttered. "We suspected money laundering, but we had no direct evidence. Until now." I leaned forward. "Von Richter's murder. You think it was because of this?" Dubois exhaled. "I don't think. I know." She turned the laptop toward me. On the screen was a police crime scene photo. A single playing card left on von Richter's desk. The Queen of Diamonds. I stared at it, my pulse hammering. "What the hell does that mean?" Dubois closed the laptop. "It means you and I are chasing the same people." Her eyes locked onto mine. "And if we don't move fast, they're going to kill us both." I stared at the Queen of Diamonds on Dubois' laptop screen, my mind racing. It wasn't just a card, it was a message. A signature. Dubois must have seen the look on my face because she leaned back in her chair and folded her arms. "That symbol mean anything to you?" I hesitated. "No, but whoever left it wanted to make sure we knew this wasn't a random killing." She nodded. "Exactly. That card was placed on the desk after the murder, almost like a calling card." I exhaled. This was getting deeper than I had imagined. I wasn't just dealing with financial corruption anymore. This was an execution, and someone wanted us to know it. Dubois leaned forward, rubbing her temples. "This is bigger than just von Richter. The Geneva dossier has names, powerful names. If he was killed because of something in there, we need to find out what." I pulled out my laptop and opened my notes. Von Richter had been moving money through shell companies in Eldoria and the British Virgin Islands for years. But 2 days before his death, he shifted nearly $150 million to an entity linked to Jean-Luc Moreau. Dubois' eyebrows shot up. "Moreau, the renewable energy tycoon?" I nodded. They had a business rivalry, but this wasn't just about competition. Moreau was getting money from von Richter. A lot of money. "Why?" Dubois tapped her pen against the desk, deep in thought. "What about Countess Anya Petrova?" I clicked open another file. She had financial ties to von Richter, but more importantly, she had secret offshore accounts managed by Dubois and Fils. A $3.5 million transfer landed in a private escrow account just weeks before the Baron was killed. Dubois sat up, straighter. "That means she knew something was coming." I nodded slowly. "Or she was part of it." We were piecing together a puzzle, but we still didn't know what picture it was supposed to form. Then Dubois' phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and frowned. "Who is it?" I asked. She exhaled. "My informant at the Financial Crimes Division. He just sent me a message." She turned the phone toward me. It was a single text. "The Queen is watching." I didn't like coincidences. First, the Queen of Diamonds at the crime scene. Now this. Dubois stood up. "We need more information. If the Financial Crimes Division is getting involved, it means this leak has already made some people very very nervous. "Where do we start?" I asked. She grabbed her coat. "Countess Petrova. If there's anyone who knows why von Richter was killed, it's her." I followed her out of the office and down to the parking garage. Dubois' car, a black Audi, was parked near the exit. As we got in, I noticed her checking the side mirrors. "You think we're being followed?" I asked. Dubois didn't answer. She started the engine and pulled out onto the street, driving faster than normal. I glanced behind us. Nothing suspicious, just normal traffic. But Dubois wasn't convinced. She made 3 random turns. Then another, a classic surveillance detection route. And then finally she nodded. "We're clear, for now." I exhaled, gripping my seatbelt. Jesus. Who the hell are we up against? Dubois' knuckles were tight on the wheel. That's what we're about to find out. Petrova lived in an expensive penthouse overlooking Lake Geneva, the kind of place where money wasn't just spent, it was hidden. Dubois parked a block away. "We don't have a warrant, but let's see if she wants to talk." I wasn't sure if Petrova was the type to want to talk. We took the elevator to the top floor. The hallway was silent, lined with pristine white marble. Dubois knocked on the door. No answer. She knocked again, harder this time. "Countess Petrova." "Open the door." Still nothing. Dubois exchanged a look with me, then reached for her phone. "I'm calling for a warrant." But then, the door clicked open. Standing in the doorway was Anya Petrova. She was tall, elegant, and entirely unreadable. Dressed in a silk robe, she looked like someone who hadn't been expecting visitors, but wasn't exactly surprised, either. "Inspector Dubois," she said smoothly. "To what do I owe this pleasure?" Dubois didn't waste time. "We're investigating Baron von Richter's murder. You had financial dealings with him. We need to talk." Petrova's lips curled into a small smile. "I imagine you have many questions." She stepped aside. "Then come in, but I warn you, some answers may be dangerous." Petrova's apartment was minimalist but expensive. Every piece of furniture looked like it belonged in a museum. She poured herself a glass of red wine, then sat gracefully on the couch. "So," she said, "what do you want to know?" Dubois took out her notepad. "You received $3.5 million from von Richter just before his death. What was that money for?" Petrova took a slow sip. "Insurance." Dubois frowned. "Against what?" Petrova smiled faintly. "Against being the next one to die." A cold silence filled the room. "What did von Richter know?" I asked. She leaned back, twirling her glass. "He had access to certain information that was not meant to be exposed." Dubois' voice was razor sharp. "What kind of information?" Petrova sighed. "Names, accounts, money that shouldn't exist." I felt my stomach tighten. She was talking about the Geneva dossier. Dubois pressed further. "And who wanted him dead?" Petrova's expression darkened. "Do you think this was the first time someone like von Richter was removed?" My skin prickled. She exhaled. "There is a group, a network of individuals who operate above laws, above countries. They do not tolerate loose ends. And when von Richter became a liability," she snapped her fingers. "He was erased." Dubois and I exchanged a glance. We had just confirmed our worst fear. This wasn't just a murder. This was an execution, ordered by something far bigger. Petrova leaned forward, her voice dropping. "And now that you have the Geneva dossier, they know about you too." She set her glass down and gave us a chilling smile. "I'd start looking over your shoulder if I were you." Countess Anya Petrova's words stayed with me long after we left her penthouse. "I'd start looking over your shoulder if I were you." I already had been, and I didn't like what I was seeing. Dubois drove us away from the high-rise in silence, her hands tight on the wheel. We were both thinking the same thing. We weren't just investigating a murder anymore. We were walking straight into the sights of a powerful and invisible enemy. The Geneva dossier wasn't just a leak. It was a declaration of war against the people who controlled billions in hidden wealth. And now, they knew we had it. Dubois parked a few blocks from the police headquarters and killed the engine. She didn't speak right away, just stared ahead, drumming her fingers on the steering wheel. "I don't like this," she muttered. "That makes two of us," I said. She turned to face me. "Petrova's scared, but not enough. She knows something we don't, something that makes her feel protected." "Protected by who?" I asked. Dubois exhaled. "That's what we need to find out." She reached for her phone and started typing. "I'm going to see what I can pull from international databases. If there's a pattern of high-profile figures like von Richter dying under similar circumstances, we might be able to link this to something bigger." I nodded, but something still felt off. I glanced out the window at the busy Geneva street, watching people move about their day. Normal people, going to work, grabbing coffee, checking their phones. Completely unaware that they were living in a world where money could buy more than just power. It could buy silence. And people like Dubois and me, we were the kind of problem that money paid to disappear. I was about to suggest we grab food, something normal to cut through the tension, when I spotted it. A black SUV parked down the street, tinted windows, engine idling. It was the third time I had seen one today. My pulse quickened. "Dubois." She followed my gaze, her body tensing immediately. She put her phone away and started the car. "We need to move," she said. I didn't argue. She pulled into traffic, weaving between cars as I watched the rearview mirror. The SUV didn't follow right away, but I could see the driver inside. A man in a dark suit, wearing sunglasses despite the overcast sky. 5 blocks later, the SUV was behind us, keeping distance but not too much distance. "They're following us," I said. Dubois didn't react. Just made another sharp turn down a side street, then another. The SUV followed. I felt my stomach twist. This was real. We weren't being paranoid. Someone was watching us, tracking us. "Okay," I muttered, trying to think fast. "We can't go to the station. If they know we're working with the police, we might be putting more people in danger." Dubois' jaw tightened. "Agreed." She made another turn, then suddenly pulled into an underground parking garage attached to a shopping mall. The moment we were inside, she cut the lights and rolled us into a corner parking spot hidden between 2 delivery vans. The SUV didn't follow. I exhaled, my heart pounding. They're not amateurs. They didn't want to trap themselves inside here. Dubois gripped the wheel, thinking. "Then we use that. We make them think we're still inside the mall while we find a new way out." She popped the glove compartment and pulled out a small 9mm handgun. I raised an eyebrow. "That standard police issue?" She glanced at me. "This isn't my first time pissing off powerful people." We left the car and exited through a side door, emerging onto a back alley. From there, we walked fast, blending into the pedestrian crowd. Dubois led us toward an older part of the city, where the buildings were packed tight and the streets narrowed. We ended up in front of a small, nondescript office building. No signs, no markings, just a plain steel door with a keypad. "Where are we?" I asked. Dubois punched in a code. "A safe house." The lock clicked and she pulled the door open. Inside was a dimly lit space, bare bones, just a table, a few chairs, and a server rack humming in the corner. I gave her a look. And I thought journalists had secret hideouts. Dubois shut the door and locked it. "This is where I work when I don't want people watching." She gestured to the table. "Sit. We're digging into this now." I didn't argue. I pulled out my laptop, connected to a secured network, and brought up the Geneva dossier. We started cross-referencing names. Von Richter, Moreau, Petrova, Dubois, and Fils. Then we looked at past deaths, other billionaires, politicians, executives, anyone linked to Dubois and Fils who had died mysteriously in the last 5 years. What we found made my blood run cold. "This isn't just about von Richter," I whispered. Dubois was scanning an old case file, a Russian oligarch who had died under suspicious circumstances in 2022. Another, an Italian banker found dead in 2023, and then another and another. Each of them had been connected to offshore accounts. Each of them had ties to Dubois and Phil's, and each of them had been found dead within a week of their financial secrets being exposed. I swallowed hard. They don't just hide money, they clean up loose ends. Dubois exhaled sharply. And, if that's true, she didn't have to finish. We had 2 days, maybe less. I ran my hands through my hair. We need to go public. Now. If we're being hunted, the only way to survive is to make this too big to bury. Dubois hesitated. If we release it too soon, we lose control of the narrative. We don't have a choice, I shot back. They'll come for us either way. But if we expose this before they get to us, at least we have a fighting chance. Dubois clenched her jaw, then grabbed her phone. Fine, we leak part of it. Just enough to make it clear that this won't go away. She started making calls. I pulled up an anonymous server and began drafting the biggest financial expose of the decade. And as I typed, I felt something I hadn't in days. Hope. Because, for the first time since this all started, we weren't just running, we were fighting back. I typed furiously, my fingers shaking as I uploaded the biggest financial expose of the decade onto an encrypted server. The Geneva dossier had to go public. Now. Dubois was still on the phone, her voice low but urgent. No, we don't have time to wait for approval. This is happening whether they like it or not. If we sit on this, we're dead. She ended the call and looked at me. I've got contacts at Le Monde, Osterspiegel, and a few U.S. outlets. They'll publish as soon as we send them the files. I nodded. We go wide, no single target. We make this too big to contain. Dubois hesitated, then exhaled. Once we do this, there's no undoing it. I met her gaze. That's the point. She picked up her laptop. Then let's burn the whole thing down. The leak went out in waves. First to trusted journalists across Europe and the U.S., then to smaller investigative teams that would keep digging even after the first headlines dropped. Within 30 minutes, the story was everywhere. The Geneva dossier, global financial leak exposes secret offshore accounts of elite power players. Billions in undisclosed assets linked to politicians, CEOs, and criminal networks. Exclusive. Documents suggest financial. Cover-up tied to Baron von Richter's murder. We did it. The truth was out, and that's when all hell broke loose. Dubois' phone vibrated. She checked the screen and went pale. They put out a kill order. My stomach dropped. What do you mean? She showed me the screen. It was a text from one of her inside sources in Swiss intelligence. Confirming target. Orders came from above. You need to disappear. Now. The room felt like it was closing in. We had just beaten them to the punch. But now they weren't hiding in the shadows anymore. They were coming. I grabbed my laptop. We need to go. Dubois was already moving. She opened a secure chat with an Interpol contact she trusted. We need an extraction point right now. The reply came fast. Geneva Airport, private hangar, 40 minutes. Get off the grid. I felt my heart pounding in my ears. We had to make it. We left everything behind except our encrypted drives and phones. No paper trail, no luggage, nothing that could slow us down. Dubois pulled the Audi out of the alley and gunned it down the street. I kept an eye on the mirrors. Black SUVs, 2 of them. Faster, I said. Dubois didn't answer. She floored it. The SUVs followed, weaving through traffic, gaining. Then, gunfire. The rear windshield exploded in a shower of glass. I ducked instinctively, cursing. They're not playing around. Dubois swerved onto a side street, cutting through a red light as horns blared. One of the SUVs clipped a taxi behind us, but the other kept coming. We were 10 minutes from the airport. We wouldn't make it at this rate. We need to lose them, Dubois said. I scanned the streets. Then I saw it. A construction site just ahead. "There!" I shouted. "Go through it!" Dubois didn't hesitate. She veered off the main road and onto the dirt path leading through the half-finished buildings. The first SUV followed. The second hesitated, just long enough. Dubois yanked the wheel, sending us through a narrow gap between two concrete barriers. I braced as the Audi scraped past, sparks flying. The SUV behind us wasn't so lucky. It slammed into the barrier at full speed, flipping onto its side in a screech of metal and glass. Dubois didn't look back. We had 5 minutes. The airport was in sight. The private hangar entrance was up ahead, a single security checkpoint standing between us and freedom. As we neared, Dubois' phone rang. "A blocked number," she answered. A voice, smooth and composed. Male, European accent. "You should have walked away, Inspector." Dubois' grip on the wheel tightened. "And you should have covered your tracks better." A pause. Then the voice said, "You can't outrun this. The Queen always wins." Dubois hung up. We reached the hangar. The security team was waiting, armed, ready. On our side. We ditched the car, ran to the waiting jet. The pilot gave us a nod. "We leave now." Dubois turned to me. "Where are we going?" I exhaled, staring out at Geneva one last time. Somewhere they can't touch us. The jet's engines roared to life. As we lifted off, I checked my phone one last time. The Geneva dossier was still out there. The world was tearing into it now. They had tried to kill the truth, but it was too late. The Geneva dossier changed everything. Governments collapsed. CEOs were arrested. Wealthy elites lost trillions overnight as hidden assets were frozen, seized, or exposed. Dubois went into hiding. A new name, a new life. Me? I kept reporting, from the shadows. The world had seen what true power looked like, how it moved, how it killed. But the fight wasn't over, because I knew one thing for sure. The Queen always wins. But this time, we put her in checkmate. I never thought the Rossi family would be remembered for something like this. For years in our small Tuscan village, the name Rossi was synonymous with quiet dignity. Giovanni and Elena Rossi were well respected, strict, traditional, always careful to maintain a certain image. Their villa, a grand yet slightly worn estate passed down through generations, stood as a reminder of old-world values. But behind those heavy wooden doors, beyond the manicured gardens, there was something else, something unseen, yet always felt, a coldness, a distance. It was in the way Giovanni's voice never softened even when speaking to his children. It was in the way Elena smoothed the wrinkles of a tablecloth rather than offer a comforting word. It was in the way the Rossi children grew up knowing their place, expected to achieve, to behave, to bring honor to the family name. And perhaps that's why, one by one, they all left. All except Sophia. Sophia was the youngest, the one who never quite fit in with the rest. The others, Marco, Isabella, Luca, and Beatrice, had been eager to escape as soon as they were old enough. They settled in cities, abroad, anywhere but the Rossi villa. But Sophia stayed. She had always been different. Quiet, watchful, difficult to read. Where the others sought independence, she clung to the familiar, wrapping herself in the walls of the old house like a second skin. She was never particularly warm, never openly affectionate, and yet when the others drifted away, she remained the dutiful daughter, the last Rossi. To the villagers, she was just a little odd. Private. To her parents, she was a shadow they had grown used to. Over time, Sophia's presence in the house shifted. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, she began to take control. It started small. She would handle her parents' mail, making sure she was the first to see any financial documents. She'd mention a headache, A dizzy spell, a sleepless night. Always. Enough to inspire concern, but never enough to warrant a doctor's visit. She convinced Giovanni that she struggled with her expenses, that the economy was harsh on a woman living alone. Elena, ever the cautious matriarch, was hesitant at first, but Sofia had patience. She wore them down. By 2023, significant portions of their wealth had been transferred to her name, not all at once, of course. That would have been too suspicious. Instead, it was gradual. A loan here, a signed document there, and always under the pretense that she was their most loyal child, the only one who hadn't abandoned them. The irony was, she wasn't helping them. She was draining them dry. By early 2024, Giovanni and Elena were in a far more fragile state than they realized. Their health had declined, not dramatically, but noticeably. Elena had lost weight. Giovanni's once commanding voice had softened, his presence reduced to a weary sigh. Perhaps it was age. Perhaps it was something else. The village doctor, an old friend of Giovanni's, began noticing their absence. They no longer attended church. Giovanni stopped visiting the local cafe where he had once spent his mornings reading the newspaper. Sofia dismissed these concerns. "They're just tired," she would say. "They don't go out much anymore." And for a while no one questioned, and because no one ever questioned Sofia Rossi. The night it happened, the house was silent. Sofia prepared the meal herself, nothing unusual. A simple pasta dish, bread and wine. She made sure to pour the glasses herself. By the time her parents finished eating, they must have felt something was wrong. A wave of nausea, perhaps. Dizziness. A creeping, inescapable sense that something was not right. They never made it to bed. The poison did not kill them instantly. It weakened them first, and that was when Sofia took up the kitchen knife. No one can say for certain how long it took, but the injuries tell a story of panic, of rage, a story of a daughter who, after years of quiet resentment, struck with the force of everything she had ever buried inside. The knife wounds were deep. The marble paperweight, a heavy object from Giovanni's study, had been used with such force that the skull fractures were impossible to ignore. It was not a quick death. It was personal. And when it was done, Sofia sat in the silence of the villa, surrounded by the remnants of the family she had both served and destroyed. But the house, like always, would keep its secrets. Or so she thought. Sofia did not panic. She was meticulous, calculated. The bodies were moved, not buried, not disposed of, but carefully hidden within the villa. When concerned neighbors asked about Giovanni and Elena, she told them they were unwell. She kept up appearances. She answered the phone in her mother's voice when necessary. She sent messages to distant relatives, pretending to be her father. For months, the lie held. But even the most carefully crafted deceptions unravel eventually. And, when they did, the Rossi name would never be the same again. The Rossi villa was a house built on silence. After their deaths, Sofia continued living as if nothing had changed. The world outside the villa moved on, oblivious to what lay just beyond its shuttered windows. Inside, the air grew heavier with Heimaturur. The dining table remained set for 3, though no one ever sat there. The unused chairs stood like witnesses to the crime, untouched and unmoved. The bodies of Giovanni and Elena lay hidden deep within the house, their presence lingering like a shadow in every room. And Sofia? She carried on, as if her parents were still alive. At first, the deception was easy. Neighbors who came knocking were met with polite refusals. "Mama and Papa are resting. They're not feeling well." Old age, you know how it is. Few pressed further. After all, the Rossis had always been a private family. It wasn't unusual for them to retreat from village life, especially in their later years. The villagers saw only what Sofia allowed them to see. And when distant family members called, she played her part perfectly. She answered in a voice calm and measured, offering vague reassurances. "Mama's feeling weak, but she's stable. Papa sleeps most of the day now. Lies woven effortlessly into routine. She even went so far as to send text messages from her father's phone, short, dismissive replies that discouraged further questioning. It was enough, for a while. But no lie can be airtight forever. The Rossi villa had been built to last, but death changes a house. And as the summer heat settled over Tuscany, the walls of the villa began to betray Sophia. The scent came first, faintity, first, then stronger. She burned candles. She scrubbed the floors. She sealed off rooms she never used. But nature had its own way of uncovering the truth. Flies gathered where they shouldn't have. The air grew thick, heavy with something that no amount of perfume or cleaning could erase. Sophia told herself she had time. She was wrong. Dr. Alberto Caruso had been the Rossi family doctor for nearly 20 years. It was unlike Giovanni Rossi to miss his annual checkup, but Caruso let it slide the first time. Then the second. By September 2024, he began to worry. He tried calling Giovanni directly, no answer, so he tried Elena. Again, no answer. It wasn't just the lack of communication that disturbed him, it was Sophia's demeanor. Every time he asked about her parents, her answers felt rehearsed. Too smooth. And then there was the visit. One late afternoon, Dr. Caruso made an unannounced trip to the Rossi estate. Sophia greeted him at the door, her expression composed but guarded. "Dottore," she said, offering a tight smile. "You should have called first." "I was in the area," he replied. "I wanted to check on your parents." Sophia hesitated, a moment too long. "They're resting, a bit weak these days." "Then I should see them, just to make sure everything is all right." Sophia's fingers tightened on the doorframe. "It's not a good time, Dottore." Something in her tone made the hairs on his arms rise. He peered past her into the dimly lit hallway. The villa had always been immaculate, but now it felt abandoned. A house that had stopped being lived in, and then he smelled it. Dr. Caruso left that day with his suspicions confirmed. That night he placed a call to the local carabinieri. "I need to report something unusual," he told them. "I believe the Rossi family may be in danger." He expected resistance, and after all, the Rossis were well known, well respected. But something in his voice must have carried weight because they listened. The next morning, 2 carabinieri officers arrived at the Rossi villa, and the walls of the house, and so good at keeping secrets for so long, were about to give them up. When the officers knocked, Sophia opened the door, as calm as ever. "What is this about?" she asked. "A routine check?" One of them replied. "Your family doctor expressed some concerns." Sophia's lips pressed into a thin line. "My parents are fine. I told him that already." "Then you won't mind if we come in?" A pause, a flicker of hesitation, then a slow nod. "Of course," she said. "Come in." She had been careful, so careful, but she had underestimated something. The weight of the past. The moment they stepped inside, the officers knew something was wrong. The air was stale, too still. Rooms that should have been filled with life felt empty. They asked where Giovanni and Elena were. Sophia led them to the back sitting room, a space she had kept sealed off. She opened the door, and the truth spilled out. The bodies of Giovanni and Elena Rossi were found wrapped in heavy linen, hidden behind the old wooden paneling of the villa. The room had become their tomb. The officers recoiled at the stench, at the grotesque reality of what had been concealed for months. Sophia did not cry. She did not run. She simply watched as the illusion she had built crumbled. Under questioning, she spoke with an eerie calm. "They never loved me," she said. "They loved their image more." "And that was worth killing for?" they asked. Sophia smiled. but it did not reach her eyes. You wouldn't understand. And maybe she was right, because when the news broke, when the village learned the truth about the Rossi family, the whispers began. About the girl who never left, about the house that held its secrets too long, and about how in the end, Sofia Rossi had become the last ghost of the villa. The Rossi villa stood empty now, its heavy shutters closed against the autumn wind. It had been weeks since the Carabinieri found Giovanni and Elena's remains, yet the scent of decay still lingered in the air. The villagers no longer spoke of the estate with admiration. Now they whispered about the house where a daughter had killed her parents. But as the investigation unfolded, the question remained, why? Sofia Rossi sat in a cold, windowless interrogation room inside the Carabinieri headquarters. She wasn't shackled. She wasn't trembling. She just sat there, still, expressionless, as if waiting for something. Across from her, Inspector Matteo Ricci studied her carefully. He had handled brutal cases before, crimes of passion, organized hits, domestic violence, but there was something about her silence that unnerved him. He cleared his throat. "Sophia, do you understand why you're here?" She nodded, just once. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" A pause, then her voice, flat, quiet. "I did what I had to do." Ricci leaned forward. "You poisoned your parents. You stabbed them. You crushed their skulls. And then you hid their bodies like they were garbage. Why?" Sophia tilted her head slightly as if considering the question. "They owed me." Ricci frowned. "Owed you? For what?" "For everything." Her tone was emotionless, but there was something underneath. Resentment buried so deep it had rotted inside her. Ricci had seen it before. Victims who had become monsters. Sofia Rossi wasn't just being charged with double homicide. The prosecution was also preparing a case for financial fraud, elder abuse, and premeditated deception. The Rossi fortune, what remained of it, had been seized as evidence. Investigators uncovered loans, falsified medical expenses, and transactions that had drained Giovanni and Elena's accounts over the course of several years. It was all leading to one conclusion. Sofia had been planning this for a long time. And yet when Dr. Alessandra Moretti, a forensic psychiatrist, was brought in to assess her, the findings were more complicated than expected. Dr. Moretti sat across from Sofia in the prison's psychiatric unit, her notebook open. "Sofia, when did you first think about harming your parents?" Sofia didn't answer right away. Then, it wasn't about harming them. It was about being free. Free from what? A flicker of something. Anger, amusement, from being the one who stayed. Dr. Moretti made a note. Deep-seated resentment toward family, possible personality disorder. Did you ever think about leaving Sofia? Starting over somewhere else? Sofia's eyes hardened. This was my home. It was always supposed to be mine. Dr. Moretti hesitated. You think your parents were going to take that away from you? Sofia laughed softly. The first real emotion she had shown in days. They already had. They just didn't realize it yet. By March 2025, the Rossi case had captured national attention. The courtroom was packed on the first day of the trial. Journalists, distant family members, former neighbors, everyone wanted to see the woman who had killed her own parents. Sofia was escorted inside, her hair neatly tied back, her expression unreadable. The prosecution wasted no time painting a damning picture. They spoke of manipulation, deception, and greed. She convinced her parents she was sick, that she was struggling. She took their money, little by little, until they had nothing left, and when they became inconvenient, she disposed of them. They showed photographs of the crime scene, the hidden bodies, the blood-stained paperweight, the kitchen knife with its broken handle. They presented forensic evidence, financial records, and recorded testimonies from Sofia's siblings who described her as controlling and obsessive when it came to the family home. It all painted one picture. Sofia Rossi had killed for money, but the defense had another story to tell. Sofia's lawyer, Pietro Lombardi, was known for taking on impossible cases, and yet as he stood before the court his voice was steady. Ladies and gentlemen, ask yourselves, why would a daughter kill the very parents she cared for? The parents she lived with? This was not a random act of violence. This was the result of years of psychological and emotional abuse. He spoke of a family that was cold, unloving. She was the only child expected to stay, the one they relied on, controlled, manipulated. He described a woman who had been trapped her entire life. And when people are trapped for too long sometimes, they break. It was a bold defense, but would it be enough? The trial lasted 6 weeks. Sofia showed little emotion throughout, except when the subject of the Rossi estate came up. I kept the house running, she had said during her testimony. I did everything for them. But did that justify murder? When the jury left to deliberate, the entire country seemed to hold its breath. It took them 3 hours. The judge called the courtroom to order. Sofia stood, unflinching. The verdict was read. Guilty on all charges. Life imprisonment. Sofia Rossi never returned to the villa. It remained abandoned, its grand halls filled only with dust and whispers. Some said the house was cursed now, that the ghosts of Giovanni and Elena Rossi would never leave. Others believed Sofia's presence still lingered too, that even behind bars, she still thought of the house, still believed it belonged to her, and maybe in some way it always would. Sofia Rossi was gone, locked away in a maximum security prison in Florence, but the shadows of what she had done still clung to the Rossi villa like a sickness. The once proud estate, with its ancient stone walls and sprawling vineyards, stood silent and empty, its doors bolted shut by the authorities. For a time the village whispered about the tragedy, the daughter who had murdered her parents in cold blood, the house where death had been hidden for months. But life moved on, as it always did. The Rossi name, once spoken with respect, was now a cautionary tale, and yet the house remained, waiting. By late 2025, legal battles over the Rossi estate had begun. Sofia's siblings, Marco, Isabella, Luca, and Beatrice, were forced to return to Tuscany, called back not by grief, but by necessity. What would happen to the villa? The government had frozen what remained of the family's assets. Sofia's conviction meant that she had no legal claim to the property, but that didn't mean the house was free for the taking. Someone had to decide. Sell it, keep it, destroy it. And so, one by one, the remaining Rossis came back to the place. They had spent their whole lives trying to leave. For the first time in years, the house was full again, but the warmth of family was gone. Only memories remained. When Marco unlocked the heavy wooden doors, the air inside was stale, thick with dust and something else, something unseen but felt. None of them had set foot inside since the bodies were discovered. They moved through the house slowly, like trespassers in their own childhood home. The dining table was still there, the chairs undisturbed. The corridor still smelled of old wood and aging stone, but beneath it, something lingered, something that smelled faintly of death. In their parents' bedroom, the bed was made, untouched. In Sofia's room, her books still lined the shelves, her clothes neatly folded in the drawers. It was as if time had stopped. If the house had been waiting for them to return. At dinner that night, they sat at the same table where Giovanni and Elena had eaten their final meal. No one touched their food. Luca broke the silence first. "We should sell it." Beatrice shook her head. "Who would buy it? Everyone in this village knows what happened here." "Then we tear it down," Isabella said. Her voice was sharp, final. Marco, the eldest, spoke last. "We can't just pretend this place didn't exist," Luca scoffed. "You were never here. None of us were. We left. We moved on. And then, the question no one wanted to ask. Beatrice hesitated. Do you think she ever regretted it? They all knew who she meant. Sophia, the sister they had abandoned, the murderer who had lived in this house alone for years. No one answered, because the truth was too heavy to speak. That night, Marco searched through old documents in their father's study. Legal papers, bank records, old letters. And then he found it, an envelope, yellowed at the edges, addressed to all of them. From Sophia. His hands trembled as he opened it. The letter was short. To my brothers and sisters, you never came back. I was the only one who stayed, the only one who did what was expected of me, the only one who carried their burdens. You moved on, and I was left behind to become something else. I was always going to be the last Rossi. Now I am the only one left. This house is mine, it was always mine. I will never leave it, and neither will you. Sophia. Marco swallowed hard. When he looked up, he saw his siblings staring at him. They had read over his shoulder, and in that moment, they all felt, and the house wasn't just waiting, it was watching, and Sophia had never really left. The Rossi villa stood like a gravestone in the heart of the Tuscan countryside. Time had not softened its edges. The house had endured, through wars, through generations, through tragedy, and now it would endure the final decision of the remaining Rossi siblings. Would they sell it? Would they destroy it? Would they leave it to rot? But before any of that, there was one thing they all knew. They could not stay here another night. The next morning, they gathered in the sitting room. The silence was suffocating. No one had slept well. Beatrice spoke first. I want to leave. She had always been the most emotional of them. The one who still cried when she thought of their mother's cooking. The one who had always sent letters to their father even when he never replied. She wiped at her tired eyes. This house, it feels like a prison, like it's waiting for us to fall into the same trap that caught Sophia. Isabella nodded. I agree. It needs to be torn down. Luca let out a dry laugh. Destroying the house doesn't erase what happened here. Marco, the eldest, remained quiet. Then he said, I think we need to go inside her room. No, one moved. They had avoided Sophia's room since they arrived, as if stepping inside it would make them understand her too well. But the letter, the way she wrote, this house is mine. It was always mine. I will never leave it. Something about it had unsettled Marco in a way he couldn't shake. They needed to see what Sophia had left behind. The door creaked open. Sophia's room was untouched, eerily preserved. A neatly made bed, bookshelves filled with dusty novels, a small wooden desk with papers still stacked on top, and then a second letter. This one wasn't sealed. Marco picked it up, his heart hammering. He read aloud. To whoever reads this, I knew you would come back. You think you left this place, but you never really did. You were never free of it. The house does not forget, and neither do I. You left me behind. You let me carry everything alone, and now you will understand what that feels like. You are not meant to leave. You never were. This house belongs to the last Rossi, and that is me. Forever. A loud crash echoed through the villa. They all jumped. A window had shattered in the dining room. The wind howled through the broken glass, rattling the walls. Beatrice clutched at her chest. I can't do this, we have to go. But Marco stood frozen, staring at the words on the page. You are not meant to leave. Suddenly, the air inside the room felt thick, the same feeling he had when they first stepped into the house, like something was waiting for them. Or worse, like something had already decided their fate. Isabella was the first to grab her bags. I don't care about selling it, I don't care about any of it. We leave now. No one argued. They moved quickly, heading for the front door. The wind outside had picked up, whistling through the corridors, making the old wooden floors creak under their weight. But as they reached the door, it wouldn't open. The lock jammed. Luca yanked at it, cursing under his breath. It stuck. Something's wrong. A cold chill ran down Marco's spine. Was it a trick of the mind? Or did the house feel darker? Like it had been waiting for them to realize something. Sophia never left this house, and now neither would they. Marco turned suddenly and grabbed a heavy brass candlestick from the hallway. With one swing, he smashed the glass panel of the door. The wind howled through the opening, but they didn't hesitate. One by one, they climbed through, pushing past the broken edges and into the open air. Beatrice gasped as she stumbled onto the gravel. Isabella grabbed her hand, yanking her toward the car. No one looked back. Marco was the last one out. As he climbed through the shattered door, he swore he heard footsteps behind him. Slow, steady, unrushed, like someone had just stepped out of Sophia's room, like someone was watching them leave. He didn't wait to find out. They piled into the car. The engine roared to life and they sped down the gravel road, the villa shrinking behind them. It was only when they reached the village that they realized no one had locked the door behind them. Yet as they looked back, the house stood sealed, once more, as if it had never been opened at all. The Rossi villa was never sold. No one wanted it. No one would live in it. The villagers left it alone, as if instinctively knowing it no longer belonged to the living. Years later, when a wealthy investor considered tearing it down, the plans abruptly stopped. Some said the workers refused to enter the house. Others said the documents mysteriously vanished before the sale could go through. All anyone knew was the house remained. And if you stood outside at night, you could still see a light in the upstairs window, still see the silhouette of someone standing there, watching, waiting, because the last Rossi never left. I still remember the night Mateo Vargas vanished. It was a chilly evening in Seville, the kind where the streets smelled like fried calamari and red wine, where conversations spilled from the city's many tapas bars, mixing with the hum of passing mopeds. Mateo was just 22 years old back then, young, ordinary, and full of life. He worked at Supersol, a local supermarket, stacking shelves and manning the cash register. He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, wasn't the kind of guy you'd expect to make enemies. But on February 15th, 2003, something happened. Something that made him drive away in a panic. Something that left his car abandoned on a deserted road. Outside the city, with his MyPhone inside and a single dried red rose on the passenger seat. Something that got him killed. Mateo wasn't supposed to go out that night. He had work the next morning. But his colleague, Javier Benitez, convinced him to grab a few drinks after their shift. They went to La Cazuela, a small bar near the supermarket where the waiters knew them by name. Mateo wasn't a heavy drinker. He had 2 beers, maybe 3, laughed a lot, talked about nothing in particular. Then, at around 11:30 p.m., his phone rang. Javier remembered how everything changed after that call. Mateo's face went pale. He stopped laughing. He barely said goodbye before rushing out the door, fumbling with his car keys. Javier followed him outside, confused. "Mateo, what's going on?" Mateo didn't answer. He got into his seat Ibiza, started the engine and, in his panic, backed into Javier's motorcycle, knocking it over. Javier swore loudly, but Mateo didn't even look back. He just sped off into the night. That was the last time anyone saw him. When Mateo didn't come home, his sister, Isabella Vargas, wasn't too worried at first. Maybe he stayed at a friend's place. Maybe he met a girl. But when he didn't show up for work at Supersol, her stomach tightened. Mateo was never late. She called his phone. No answer. She called his friends. No one had seen him. By that evening, she went to the police station and filed a missing person report, but the police didn't take it seriously. "He's an adult," Maybe he just needed some time alone. Isabella knew better. Mateo wasn't the kind of guy to just disappear. 2 days later, a farmer found Mateo's car on a lonely road outside Seville near an area called La Rinconada. The engine was off. The doors were unlocked. His phone was inside, sitting in the center console, and on the passenger seat lay a single dried red rose. No one knew what it meant, but it was clear. Mateo hadn't just run away. At first, the police focused on Javier Benitez, the last person to see Mateo alive. Javier told them about the strange phone call, how Mateo had left in a hurry, acting like he was scared. But there was something odd about Javier, too. The police noticed a bruise on his arm, fresh and dark. "Did you and Mateo get into a fight?" they asked. Javier shook his head. "No, we didn't fight. I don't know what happened to him." There was no evidence to prove otherwise. So the police let him go. The call that changed everything had come from Mateo's cousin's apartment. His cousin claimed he was out of town that night, but he also mentioned something that made the police pause. Mateo had been having problems with Ricardo Flores. Flores was a bar owner, known for lending money to desperate people, and up for making their lives hell if they didn't pay him back. And worse, he wasn't alone. His associate, Carmen Soto, was just as dangerous, if not worse. When the police questioned Flores, he smirked. "I don't know what happened to your little friend," he said. "Maybe he made a mistake. Maybe he owed the wrong people." And that was it. No confession, no slip-ups, just a warning, hidden behind a smile. Mateo was gone, and no one could prove how or why. Days turned into weeks. Weeks turned into months. The case faded. Mateo Vargas became just another missing person. His name whispered in quiet corners, his face appearing on flyers that eventually peeled away in the wind. His sister never stopped searching. But the truth, whatever it was buried deep. And for years, it stayed that way. 15 years later, Ricardo Flores was arrested, not for Mateo's disappearance, but for extortion. And suddenly, the police had a reason to dig again. For 15 years, Mateo Vargas was nothing more than a memory. His name became a quiet ache, a shadow hanging over his sister's life. Isabella never stopped asking questions, but after a while, people stopped listening. The police had long since moved on and every lead had dried up. Then in 2018, everything changed. Ricardo Flores was arrested. Not for Mateo's disappearance, no. The police had never been able to pin that on him. Instead, he was caught in an extortion case, one of many crimes he had managed to get away with over the years. This time, though, there was enough evidence to put him behind bars. And once he was trapped, with the weight of a long sentence hanging over him, someone finally had leverage. Detectives reopened old files. They wanted to know if Flores had secrets to trade, something valuable enough to reduce his time in prison. And that was when the name Mateo Vargas resurfaced. Flores resisted at first. He had spent years pretending he had nothing to do with that night. But the walls were closing in. Eventually, people like him always made a mistake. And in 2020, under pressure, he finally broke. "I didn't kill him," Flores said, "but I know what happened." That was how, after almost 2 decades of silence, the truth about Mateo Vargas started to emerge. Carmen Soto had always been the real threat. Flores said as much when he finally decided to talk. He was a criminal, yes, but Carmen was something else. She was ruthless, calculating. When Mateo disappeared, it wasn't because of some accident. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It was because Carmen had decided it was time for him to go. According to Flores, Mateo owed money. Not a fortune, not enough to change anyone's life, but enough that it mattered to the wrong people. He had borrowed from the wrong hands and hadn't paid back fast enough. Carmen didn't tolerate that. The night Mateo vanished, he had received a phone call, someone telling him to come alone. Maybe he thought he could smooth things over. Maybe he had no choice. Either way, he left in a rush. That was why he never explained anything to Javier, why he drove off so recklessly that he didn't even notice he had damaged his friend's motorcycle. Flores never admitted to being there when it happened. He only said that Carmen had taken care of it, that Mateo had been a loose end. And his body? That was a question Flores wouldn't answer. Gone, was all he said. You'll never find him. The police pushed for details, but Flores refused to say more. He claimed that he had been forced to help dispose of Mateo's car, that Carmen had been the one to make him disappear. But where they had taken him, what they had done, those were things he wouldn't reveal. Or maybe, after all these years, he truly didn't know. When the confession made the news, Isabella felt something she hadn't allowed herself to feel in years. Rage. For so long she had imagined what might have happened to her brother. Had he run? Had he been in an accident? Had he been taken against his will? Now she knew. He had been silenced. The worst part was that Flores's confession wasn't enough to bring real justice. Yes, he was convicted, but only for obstruction of justice. He got a reduced sentence, a deal that made Isabella sick. And Carmen Soto was nowhere to be found. She had disappeared years ago, slipping into the shadows before the police could get close. Some said she had changed her name and left Spain entirely. Others believed she was still out there, watching, waiting, living her life while Mateo's had been stolen. Isabella couldn't accept it. She refused to let her brother's story end this way. She had spent years searching for him, hoping for answers. Now she had them, and it wasn't enough. She wanted Mateo's body. She wanted proof. And most of all, she wanted Carmen Soto to pay. But in the end, some people get away. Some people slip through the cracks, and no matter how hard you fight, the world doesn't always give you the justice you deserve. In 2021, the case was officially closed. Mateo Vargas was declared legally deceased, and Carmen Soto remained, nothing more than a ghost. Isabella visited Mateo's grave on the day the case was closed, though there was no body buried there. Just a headstone, a name, and a date that ended too soon. She placed a red rose on the ground, the same kind they had found in his car all those years ago. She didn't know what it meant, where it had come from, but it was the only thing left of that night. The only thing that would ever connect her to Mateo's last moments. And maybe that was all she would ever have, because Mateo Vargas had disappeared on February 15th, 2003. And after all these years, it seemed he was never meant to be found. Isabella tried to move on. She really did. After the case was officially closed, people told her it was time to let go. There was nothing left to do. The police had their confession, the files were archived, and Mateo's name was just another line in a long list of unsolved disappearances that had been neatly stamped and put away. But she couldn't stop. Not when the main suspect had vanished. Not when Carmen Soto was still out there. For months, Isabella scoured every trace of information she could find. She read through old police reports, visited the places Mateo had been the night he disappeared, talked to people who had long since stopped caring. Most of them just looked at her with pity. She could see it in their eyes. This woman can't let go. And maybe they were right, but it didn't matter. Because someone had to remember. Someone had to keep looking. Carmen Soto had been untouchable even before Mateo went missing. She wasn't just some bar owner's associate. She was connected, not to politics, not to the government, but to the kind of men who made things disappear. Money, debt, people. It was all the same to them. By the time Ricardo Flores had confessed, Soto was already years gone. The last known sighting of her was in 2008, 5 years after Mateo vanished. A bartender in Valencia claimed she had come into his place, ordered a drink, and paid in cash. She looked different. Shorter hair, new name, new accent. But when she walked out, she left behind an ID with her real last name. By the time the police followed up, she was gone again. No bank accounts, no property records, no legal trace of her existence. It was like she had never been there. Isabella's obsession grew worse in 2022 when she received an anonymous letter in the mail. It had no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper with only 5 words typed in the center. "You should stop looking now." Isabella's hand shook as she read it. It could have been a cruel joke, a leftover threat from someone who didn't want her stirring things up again. But she knew deep down that someone had been watching her. For the first time since she started searching, she felt afraid. Afraid that Mateo wasn't the only one who had gotten too close to something he shouldn't have. Afraid that Carmen wasn't done making people disappear. She thought about going to the police. But what would she even say? "I got an anonymous letter. Someone's warning me to stop." They'd tell her to stop too. They'd tell her it was time to let the past die. But Isabella had lived with this pain for almost 20 years. She wasn't going to stop now, even if it killed her. She started asking different kinds of questions. Not about Mateo, not anymore. That case was dead. But about the people who protected Carmen Soto. She dug into old business records, backdoor deals, men whose names had been whispered in connection with disappearances that never made the news. And eventually, she found something. Name, a man who had once worked alongside Carmen, handling problems for her in the early 2000s. Sergio Martin. He had been arrested years ago on drug charges. Not a big player, not someone the world cared about, just another low-level enforcer who had taken the fall when things went bad. But Isabella knew how these men worked. They never forgot each other, and if anyone knew where Carmen had gone, it was him. She went to the prison alone. She didn't tell anyone where she was going. Sergio Martin had been locked up for 10 years, but when she sat across from him in the visitation room, she could tell he hadn't changed. His body was softer, his hair grayer, but his eyes, those were still sharp. He smirked when she said her name. "Ah, Vargas. I was wondering when someone like you would show up. I need to know where she is," Isabella said. Martin chuckled. "I don't know what you're talking about, Carmen Soto." His smirk faded. "You came all the way here for a ghost?" he said. "She's not a ghost," Isabella snapped. "She's alive, and I want to find her." Martin leaned back in his chair, rubbing his jaw. For a moment, she thought he might actually tell her, but then he shook his head. "Even if I knew where she was, I wouldn't tell you." "Because you're scared of her?" Isabella asked. He gave her a slow smile. "No, because it wouldn't matter." "What does that mean?" He shrugged. "People like you think you can fix things by finding answers. But what would you even do if you found her? Call the cops? Tell them she killed your brother? You think they go looking for a woman who's been gone for 2 decades? He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "Carmen doesn't exist anymore. She does to me," Isabella said. Martin studied her, then sighed. "I'll tell you one thing, but after that, we're done." She nodded. He tapped his fingers against the table. "Last time I heard anything about her, someone mentioned a woman in Argentina. Same face, different name. Married now, living a whole new life. She's not Carmen Soto anymore. She's someone else. And even if you went there, even if you stood right in front of her, you wouldn't be able to touch her." "Why not?" Isabella whispered. Martin smiled again. "Because you're just a grieving sister, and she's the kind of woman who never gets caught." Isabella left the prison feeling colder than she had in years. She had spent so long chasing justice, but Martin was right. Even if she found Carmen Soto, even if she knew her face, knew her new name, knew the life she had built for herself, it wouldn't change anything. Carmen had already won. And Mateo? He was still gone. And maybe he always would be. She went back home and took out the letter she had received months earlier, the one that said, You should stop looking now. She read it one last time. Then slowly, she burned it. Because some ghosts weren't meant to be found, and some people, no matter how much they deserved it, never paid for what they had done. Mateo Vargas had vanished on February 15th, 2003. And the truth? The truth had vanished with him. Isabella thought she would feel relief after meeting Sergio Martin, but instead she felt emptier than before. She had spent nearly 2 decades searching for Carmen Soto, believing that finding her would somehow bring closure, that knowing the truth would ease the weight of Mateo's disappearance. But now she knew the truth, and it only made the emptiness worse. Carmen was alive, somewhere far away in Argentina or maybe elsewhere, living under a different name, a different life. Untouchable. And Mateo? He was still nowhere. The thought of him, of what he must have gone through, made her stomach twist. She tried not to picture it, but she had lived with his absence long enough to know that people like Carmen didn't let debts go unpaid easily. Mateo hadn't just disappeared. He had suffered. And now, Isabella had to live with that. She spent weeks debating whether to let it go. There was nothing left to fight for. The police had closed the case. Carmen was beyond her reach, and no one in Seville wanted to talk about what had happened all those years ago. But she wasn't built that way. Even if she couldn't get justice, even if Carmen would never be punished, there was still one thing she could do. She could find Mateo's body. If she couldn't bring him back to life, she could at least bring him home. She went back through old police records, revisiting every possible place where Mateo's remains could have been hidden. The searches at the time had been lazy, rushed, just enough to satisfy protocol. She started making a list of places that hadn't been searched thoroughly: isolated farmland, abandoned warehouses, forgotten wells along the outskirts of the city. And then there was one name that kept coming up, a place she had driven past 100 times, but never thought to question: the Guadalquivir River. Isabella went alone. She parked her car near an old rundown dock where the water smelled of mud and rotting wood. There was nothing remarkable about it. Just a quiet stretch of the river far from the tourist spots, the kind of place where no one would look twice if someone disappeared. She stood there for a long time, staring at the slow-moving current, thinking about how easy it would have been. Flores had said Mateo's body was gone, that she would never find him. But maybe that wasn't true. Maybe he had been here all along. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. The idea that, for almost 20 years, her brother had been beneath this water waiting for someone to remember him. She made calls. A friend in the police force, someone who still owed her a favor, agreed to help. A request was submitted for a new search of the river. It took weeks, but eventually the answer came. Not what she wanted, but what she had expected. Nothing. No remains. No clothing. No trace of Mateo at all. It was as if he had never existed. The news should have broken her, but in some ways she had already been broken for years. She went home, sat at the kitchen table, and poured herself a drink. Then she stared at the single photograph she had left of Mateo, the one where he was smiling, laughing, a beer in his hand at some family gathering she barely remembered. It hit her then, harder than it ever had before. She was never going to find him. Not his body, not his final moments. Nothing. Carmen Soto had erased him too well. That night, Isabella dreamt of Mateo for the first time in years. He was standing by the river, his hands in his pockets, looking out over the water. She called his name, but he didn't turn. He just stood there, as if he were waiting. And when she woke up, she wasn't sure if the ache in her chest was relief or something worse. Maybe some things weren't meant to be found. And maybe, after all this time, Mateo Vargas was already gone in more ways than one. Isabella stopped looking after that. Not because she wanted to, but because there was nowhere left to search. Mateo was gone. The police had closed the case. The river had given her nothing. Carmen Soto had slipped away into a life where no one knew her name. There was nothing left to chase, nothing left to find, only the silence of a story with no ending. She tried to move forward, though she wasn't sure what that even meant. For so many years, her life had been about searching. Searching police records, searching old bars where Mateo once drank, searching faces in crowded streets, wondering if she would ever see the woman responsible for her brother's death. Without that, she felt untethered, like she didn't know who she was anymore. She spent her days working, keeping her head down, avoiding the people who still looked at her with pity. And at night, when the house was quiet, she thought about him, about how one phone call had changed everything. How Mateo had left in a hurry, not knowing it was the last time he'd ever drive down those streets. How somewhere out there was a place where he took his final breath, a place she would never find. The years passed. People moved on. The name Mateo Vargas faded from newspapers, from conversations, from the minds of those who had once followed the story. But Isabella never forgot. She couldn't. She thought about him at the strangest times. When she passed a man wearing his favorite cologne, when she heard a song he used to hum under his breath, when she saw someone fidgeting with their car keys the way he always did. Little things, ghosts of a life that should have kept going, but never did. In 2027, on the anniversary of his disappearance, Isabella drove out to the spot where they had found Mateo's car all those years ago. The road was empty now, just a quiet stretch of highway leading to nothing in particular. She parked in the exact spot where his Seat Ibiza had been abandoned, stepped out, took a breath. The wind was warm. The sky was cloudless. She knelt down and placed a single red rose on the ground. She didn't know why she did it. Maybe because it had been in his car that night. Maybe because it was the only thing that had ever been left behind. Or maybe because deep down she knew she would never get the answers she wanted. Some people disappear. Some stories don't end the way they should, and some ghosts are meant to stay missing. Isabella never went back to that place again. She let Mateo go as much as she could. She learned to live with the questions, with the ache, with the fact that some wounds never fully heal. And Carmen Soto? If she was still out there, she never looked back. Because in the end, justice isn't always guaranteed. Some people get away with it, some people don't, and the ones left behind, they just keep going, even when they don't know how. I still remember the day the news broke. It was a warm afternoon in early June 2018 when the police arrived at the Silva family's villa, a secluded property nestled in the hills outside Lagos, in the Algarve region of southern Portugal. At first it seemed like a routine welfare check. Neighbors had reported not seeing Antonio, Isabel, or their children in over a week. The shutters had been closed for days, the car was missing, and calls to the family went unanswered. No one expected what they were about to find. Beneath the house, in a concealed storage space, officers uncovered a horror that would haunt Portugal for years. 5 bodies carefully wrapped, buried under the very home they had once lived in. Antonio, Isabel, their 3 children, dead for days, maybe longer, hidden away while the rest of the world kept moving. And Antonio, gone. He had vanished, slipping into the world like a ghost before anyone realized what he had done. The Silvas weren't just any family. Antonio had come from old money, the kind that once carried weight in Portugal, but had long since started to crumble. His father had been a respected businessman, but by the time Antonio inherited anything, there wasn't much left. Isabel had come from a different world, grounded, practical, loving. The kind of woman who wasn't impressed by family names or old fortunes. She had married Antonio for love back when he was charming, ambitious, full of dreams, but by 2018 their marriage was falling apart. The money was nearly gone. Antonio's business ventures failed. And Isabel? She had started telling close friends she was afraid of Antonio's temper, afraid of the people he had been spending time with, afraid of what he was capable of. For weeks before their deaths, The Silvas had been living behind closed doors. Antonio had stopped working, barely leaving the house except to withdraw money from banks in nearby towns. The kids, normally loud and full of energy, were unusually quiet. Isabel had called her sister in Lisbon on May 26th. She sounded tense, distracted. "Antonio is different lately," she said. "I don't know what to do." Her sister asked if she wanted to leave, to take the kids and go. Isabel hesitated. "I don't think I can." That was the last time anyone heard from her. The police believe it happened on May 28, 2018. That night, Antonio drugged his family, waiting until they were asleep before making his final decision. The details of what happened next are too horrific to imagine. The autopsy reports remained sealed, but the conclusion was clear. He had killed them all. His wife, his 3 children, and then he buried them beneath the villa, covered their bodies, packed his bags, and kept moving. For a full week, Antonio pretended nothing had happened. Neighbors saw him around town, running errands, making polite conversation. When people asked where his family was, he smiled and said, "We're taking a little trip." The kids needed a break. And then, on June 5, 2018, Antonio withdrew the last of his money, abandoned his car near the Spanish border, and disappeared. His face was everywhere after that. News reports, newspapers, Interpol bulletins. But Antonio Silva was nowhere to be found. Some believed he had fled to Brazil or Angola, places where Portuguese nationals could blend in easily. Others thought he had taken his own life, his body hidden in some forgotten place where no one would ever find it. But then there were those who believed something else, that Antonio Silva was still out there, living under a new name, walking through cities where no one knew who he was, that even after all these years he had gotten away with it. For the first few days after Antonio Silva disappeared, no one realized what had happened. Neighbors assumed the family was still on their trip. The house remained quiet, its shutters closed, the air thick with summer heat. Nothing seemed out of place until people started asking questions. It was Isabel's sister who first sounded the alarm. She hadn't heard from Isabel in over a week. Calls went straight to voicemail. Messages were left unread. At first, she thought maybe Isabel was just busy. Maybe they were somewhere remote with no service. But as the days stretched on, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. She called the police. "My sister and her children have vanished," she said. "I need someone to check on them." The officers in Lagos weren't alarmed at first. Families left town all the time. Maybe Isabel had decided to stay longer wherever they had gone. But then the police knocked on the door of the Silva villa, and no one answered. The car was missing, but there were no signs of travel. No bags packed, no notes left behind. Inside, everything was still, too still. The beds were made, the furniture untouched, but there was a smell, faint but unmistakable, drifting through the house, a smell that made the officers keep looking. The moment they found the entrance to the concealed storage area, they knew. By the time they uncovered the bodies, Antonio was already gone. The investigation moved. Quickly after that, Interpol issued an international warrant within days. His face was everywhere, on television, on websites, plastered across newsstands from Portugal to Spain to Brazil. But Antonio Silva had vanished like smoke. The first real lead came from a bank surveillance camera in Faro. It showed Antonio withdrawing money, his posture calm, his expression unreadable. He was alone, carrying only a small black bag. 2 days later, another ATM camera caught him in Huelva, Spain. Then another sighting in Seville. Then nothing. The trail went cold, and the world started to wonder. Did Antonio Silva plan this all along? Theories swirled in the media. Some believed he had killed himself, overwhelmed by guilt, his body left in some forgotten place where no one would ever find it. Others were certain he had escaped to South America, blending in with the Portuguese-speaking communities in Brazil or Angola. But then there was a third theory, a darker one, that Antonio Silva wasn't running from justice, that he had help, that someone, somewhere, was protecting him. Isabel had told friends about the strange people Antonio had been meeting. A small group, quiet but influential, operating on the fringes of society. They weren't criminals, at least not in the traditional sense, but they had money, resources, connections. Antonio had been desperate, drowning in financial ruin, his family's once great name reduced to nothing, and desperation makes people do things they never thought they would. Did they help him disappear? Did they give him a new identity, a new life? Or was the truth something worse, something no one wanted to say out loud? That Antonio Silva had never truly lost his mind, that he had always planned to get away with it, and that wherever he was now, he was watching, waiting, and living without a trace. Time passed, but Antonio Silva's name refused to fade. For weeks after the bodies were discovered, the investigation consumed Portugal. News channels ran the story non-stop. His face was everywhere, on wanted posters, in newspapers, across social media. But despite the manhunt, he was gone. Authorities retraced his last known steps, tracking every move he had made after leaving the villa. The ATM withdrawals, the fabricated stories he told neighbors, the small hotel in Seville where he had paid for 2 nights but left before sunrise. And then, nothing. The trail disappeared. As suddenly as he had. No bank transactions. No flights booked. No rental cars. It was as if Antonio had erased himself. The first real lead came 6 months later. A Portuguese woman living in Recife, Brazil, called the authorities after seeing Antonio's face on television. "I swear it was him," she told them. "He looked different, thinner, darker hair, but it was him." She claimed he had been working under a false name at a dockside warehouse. By the time the police arrived, the man was gone. The workers said he had been quiet, kept to himself. No one knew his real name. No one asked. A year later, another sighting, this time in Buenos Aires, Argentina. A hotel clerk reported a guest who matched Antonio's description, a Portuguese man traveling alone, paying in cash. By the time investigators got there, the room had been emptied, bed sheets stripped, trash cans cleaned, no fingerprints, no trace. It was becoming clear. Antonio Silva wasn't just hiding. He was being hidden. Authorities started focusing on the spiritual group Antonio had been involved with before the murders. A tight-knit, secretive community, operating just outside the mainstream, claiming to offer guidance to those who had lost their way. They denied any connection to Antonio's disappearance, but former members told a different story. They spoke of a network, a system. People who could help you disappear. New identities. New lives. A fresh start for those willing to leave everything behind. One investigator, a veteran from Portugal's criminal police force, didn't believe Antonio was running forever. "He's not some career fugitive," he told a reporter in 2020. "He had money but not an endless supply. If he's still alive, he's living under protection. Someone is shielding him. And one day, that protection will run out." But years passed. Leads dried up. The case that once gripped the nation became another unsolved mystery. And Antonio Silva? If he was still out there, he had learned one thing: how to be a ghost. By 2022, Antonio Silva was nothing more than a ghost story. The news cycle had moved on. The manhunt had slowed to a crawl. His name still lived in police databases, in Interpol files, in the minds of those who had spent years chasing him. But, outside of that, he was a fading memory. Most people believed he was dead. Others thought he was still out there, slipping between borders, changing identities like a snake shedding its skin. Isabel's sister, Helena, never stopped looking. She told herself she owed it to Isabel, to the children, to the lives that had been stolen in the dark. Every few months, she scoured online forums, searched for fugitives, followed up on whispers of sightings that never led anywhere. Then, in the fall of 2022, she got an email. No sender name, no subject, just a single sentence. He is in Venezuela. No. Explanation, no details. She stared at the screen for a long time, her heart pounding. Venezuela. It made sense. A country where fugitives could disappear easily, where corruption and weak extradition laws had allowed wanted men to hide for decades. She sent the email to the authorities. They didn't seem particularly interested. Could be a hoax, the detective told her over the phone. We get messages like this all the time. But something about it felt different. She decided to go there herself. Helena arrived in Caracas in late October. She had no plan, no real leads, just a name and a city. The slimmest thread of hope that she might finally find the man who had destroyed her family. She started in the neighborhoods where people paid cash, where records were easy to fake, where someone with Antonio's face might not draw attention. She showed his picture around. Most people shrugged. Some barely looked. But one old man behind a convenience store counter studied it longer than the others. Maybe, he said in Spanish. I think I saw him before. Where? She asked, her breath catching. A church. Up in the hills. Her stomach tightened. The church. The group he had been involved with before the murders. It wasn't proof, but it was something. She found the place 2 days later, a small church on the outskirts of the city, its paint peeling, its courtyard overgrown. A few people lingered outside, talking in hushed voices. Helena stepped inside. The air was thick with incense. A handful of people sat in the pews, heads bowed, and then at the far end of the room she saw him. A man sitting alone, thin, gray-haired, but his posture, his profile, was unmistakable. Antonio Silva. She felt frozen in place. For so many years, she had imagined this moment. Finding him, staring into the face of the man who had stolen her sister, her nieces, her nephew, she wanted to scream. She wanted to drag him into the light. But she forced herself to stay calm. She backed out of the church, her hands shaking. Then, she reached for her phone and dialed the number she had memorized. I found him, she whispered. I swear to God I found him. The call set off a chain reaction. Within hours, the Portuguese authorities were on the line with their Venezuelan counterparts. An arrest warrant was issued. 2 days later, police raided the church. But Antonio Silva was already gone. No one knew where he went. No one admitted to helping him escape. Another ghost slipping through the cracks. Again. Helena sat alone in her hotel room that night, staring at the city skyline, feeling the weight of failure sink into her bones. He had been right there, right in front of her, and she had lost him. She thought about Isabel, about the children, about the graves back in Portugal that would never have justice. Maybe some people were never meant to be found. Maybe Antonio Silva would always stay one step ahead. Or maybe someday, when he least expected it, the past would finally catch up to him. Months passed, then a year. Antonio Silva never resurfaced. Helena returned to Portugal, hollowed out by the chase. She had spent so many years searching for him, imagining what she would do if she ever found him, only to watch him slip through, her fingers like smoke. She told herself she had done everything she could, but deep down she knew that wasn't true. She had let him see her. She had given him time to run. The police assured her they were still looking, that international alerts remained active, that border authorities had been notified across South America. But she had heard it all before. People like Antonio didn't just disappear by accident. Someone had helped him. Someone was still helping him. And so the world moved on. But Helena didn't. She kept waiting for another email, another whispered rumor, some sign that he was still out there, still looking, over his shoulder, but nothing came. No more sightings, no more leads. It was as if he had never existed at all. In early 2024, A body was pulled from the Orinoco River in Venezuela. A middle-aged man, unrecognizable from decay, washed up along the riverbank. No identification, no personal belongings. Just another nameless drifter claimed by time and circumstance. Local authorities marked it down as an accident. Maybe a drowning, maybe something else. No one investigated further. A month later, an anonymous tip sent fingerprints to Interpol. The match came back quickly: Antonio Silva. The official report was brief. No signs of violence, no clear cause of death. He had been found wearing simple clothes, his pockets empty. There was no indication of where he had been living, no trail leading back to the people who had helped him vanish. Just a body, alone in the water, found by no one who knew his name. Some believed he had finally run out of places to hide. That, the weight of what he had done had driven him to throw himself into the river. Others thought he had been killed, silenced by the very people who had once protected him. Helena didn't care either way. He was gone. That was all that mattered. A week later, she visited her sister's grave in Portugal. She stood in front of the headstone, tracing the letters of Isabel's name with her fingertips. The earth was still, the air quiet. She had spent so many years, chasing justice, chasing answers, chasing a ghost. And in the end, Antonio Silva had died the way he had lived his last years. Alone, running, forgotten. Helena placed a single white flower on the grave. Then she turned and walked away. And for the first time in a long time, she didn't look back.